A little bit of a delay. Cool. Let's get started. Yes. What do I have planned for today? So the printer is up and running. I was actually printing a fair bit with it. I'm currently trying to organize all the fasteners and electronic stuff I have, and start printing Gridfinity boxes. And this thing is a monster when it comes to turning out Gridfinity boxes. You can't fit a lot on the bed, obviously. But yeah, I think for, let me actually show it maybe. All in the back, of course. Well, that was what I was working on, or printing. And basically you can fit one of the three and two single ones on the bed at the same time, and this takes 1.5 hours to complete. And I was using the 0.6mm nozzle. Hi Renovik, thanks for checking in. Yeah, I was using the 0.6mm nozzle for that, and it turned out fairly well. And yeah, so with some of them I actually noticed I get some issues. Yeah, here. This is most likely where the extrusion system kind of comes to the limit. But yeah, I pushed it quite hard to print those quickly, speed over form in this sense. But yeah, that is, all the boxes come from the V0. And actually I have all the heated inserts in there, and it's really nice. I plan on printing 3 more of those. Trying to get rid of all the random bits of filament I have. That's why it's completely random. Yeah, it could also be pressure advance issue. I did tune pressure advance, but I did it very briefly. Also note it's only one shell. The boxes are printed with one outer shell, and then it's just infill. So they're really thin anyways. And I noticed when I printed the filament swatch cards that at around 15 cubic millimeters per second, the extrusion kind of thinned out. So there is some extrusion limit, but yeah, pressure advance could also be that. I have a stick tag. So let's move it to the side. Oh. That's really heavy actually. So what do we do today? We have a lot of stuff to install. Firstly, this Nevermore filter needs a new home. I'm not sure what you mean with did they have Gridfinity stuff for that box? Yeah, the box is from printable, so the box is printed as well, which actually maxed out my ender bed completely. There's a millimeter left on each side of the ender bed. And yeah, so the box is for Gridfinity, and the boxes are also Gridfinity. Well, what's the issues with your printer again, Renovik? I also had some massive issue with my ender. I actually shorted out the 5-volt line on the Ender 3 electronics. I was really, really lucky. The only thing that blew was the buck converter for the 5 volts. Yeah, the box is printed, everything is printed. I'm basically having 3 kilograms of gray cheap PLA I want to get rid of, because I really hate printing with it. It doesn't print nice. It's very it's not evenly spooled, which is one thing, but also the thickness of the filament varies quite a bit. I just try to get rid of it, and it's the boxes, I really don't mind how they look as long as they're functional. So I was printing that with the cheap gray PLA, and then the Gridfinity inlets, inserts basically, that is PETG, that is super old. It's 3.5-year-old PETG. I tried it for a day before printing it, and it printed okay, but not super well. But yeah, now those two random spools of PETG are gone, and now I'm running slowly out of filament I want to get rid of. But it's fun. If you have random filament bits, that's perfect. Yeah, so this one needs to go in here. I have a cable that I want to kind of use for that. It's just a random, has a single thing on it. So yeah, this I want to use to just put it in the extrusion, push it under there, and then we just need to find a nice spot on the main board to power that. That means we need to start crimping connectors. The LDO kit was very nicely spec'd out with connectors, so we didn't have to do any crimping. But yeah, this will change today. Let's hope my crimping game is up there. So this is one part we want to do. Then the second part is actually to see where I put them. But we want to install the toolhead LEDs. I got super thin cable, which I managed to put through here. That's 4, we only need 2. So Rushmare 3D recommended AWG 26. This is 30, so this is really thin. But I think it's fine because it's, oh, there they are. It's really like one single LED, it's not even RGB, so this will just be white. There won't be any RGB going on in the printhead. Which means we have a big problem, right? Because you can't have a Voron without RGB LEDs. That's like a sacrificial thing to do. We only have one in the front for Kirigami bed, but there must be more. So I built this like some years ago. That actually fulfilled like a function in my gym. We had those COVID rules at some point that like not more than 15 people were allowed in the gym, and they must use different exit and entrance. So this was a traffic light basically telling the people in the front when they can enter the gym, and the coach controlled it from their phone. I built it in like an evening and a bit. It was like just like random stuff I had lying around. So we have to tear it apart, and those NeoPixel strips will be mounted here on the inside. I printed some diffusers. Renovik, I'm getting to your messages in a second. Just quickly want to get it all through. So yeah, I printed those diffusers. These are the matchstick diffusers from Maple Leaf Makers, but I modified them so that they accept the roll PCB here, like those NeoPixel common rolls, so that it accepts those instead of the custom PCB this is actually made for. And now that I talk about it, I just realized that I forgot to print the clips, which is amazing. So maybe we need to do some quick printing in the middle. This shouldn't take long to print those. But yeah, so the LEDs from here go in here. And because my ender was out of action for quite some time, I had to shorten them slightly and print them on the V0. So we have to also shorten the diffuser part here. Well, this should be fine. Like it's still like almost, I actually like it as like a little bit of a gap in the front. But yeah, so this will go here, like on the opposite side then. And we also have to solder that, we have to put cables there. And yeah, so let's see how far we get. So these are 3 projects, and then if we're like hyper fast, we also have a camera to install because we want to see what we do, right? So lots of stuff to do. Let's see how far we get. So Renovik, you... Oh yeah, your mini PC stopped working. Yeah, I remember. The firmware wasn't working. Oh god, this sounds like a very awful experience. 8-bit firm, like the 8-bit controllers, I think I still have like the original Endo board laying around. But besides that, like I didn't work with the 8-bit mainboard for quite some time. But it's great that it worked like on first try. Maybe like the old things are not that bad after all. Let's see, let me get rid of the door first, so we don't have to like worry about it all the time. And yeah, so we installed this little like thingy here already at some point. And that's the mount for the Nevermore. Let me just quickly move that bed up. Oh, I greased the lead screw a little bit at some point. Like I think technically you don't need to, because the nut mount on the back of the bed is plastic and the lead screw is Teflon coated, so you most likely don't need to. But I saw that there was like a little bit of like not dust, but like decoloration on the lead screw where like the bed went up and down. So there must be like some plastic being rubbed off or something. So I was like, yeah, okay, let's just throw on a little tiny bit of Mobilux EP2, just to be sure. And that, I guess, did the trick because I don't see anything anymore. I mean, like more lubrication is always good, I guess. Yeah, so this just goes on there, like it really like snaps into place. And then you secure it with the screw. So in the end, like what we now need to do, we just need to route the cable, right? Because you have the plug is there. So this needs to go in here and we need to find this place to mount that. So. Oh, and I also had a fun issue. Well, it wasn't quite fun, but I had the printer stopping printing twice, actually. And Clipper just stopped and just said unable to communicate with MCU. So it wasn't able to communicate with the mainboard anymore. And I was like, first time I was like, oh, that's odd. Let's restart and see what happens, and it worked again. And then it happened again, like after 3, 4, 5 hours. And I was like, yeah, okay, weird. And I was like doing some Google research. And so that seemingly can happen if you have a bad USB cable between the Raspberry and the controller. Let me also like save that somewhere. Just make a pile of panels down there. So yeah, basically what I did is, I didn't do like tons and tons of printing since then, maybe like 3-4 hours. But I replaced the USB cable that came with the LDO kit, and like it doesn't really look like a very high-end USB cable. It feels really, really, really cheap. So I replaced it with a cable from a Samsung phone that I just had laying around. So it's a white cable here. It didn't happen since then again. But yeah, I also didn't do like a lot of printing. So we need to see if that was like the be-all end-all fix, or if we need to do something else. Like I was chatting with somebody on the Voron Discord, and technically it could also be one of the plugs basically, like not the plug, but like the socket, I guess is the good word, like the socket. Or worst case, it could also be like some hardware defect on one of the boards. But let's see, like if it happens again, most likely I will just swap the USB port first. And it was also suggested to reflash the firmware of the mainboard, so I'll do that. And yeah, let's see. But I'm optimistic. Cool. Yeah, so we have a lot of ports free. I just don't know which one to use. Let's quickly check the pinout of the board to see what we can use for our Nevermore fans. Let's see. We don't need a manual anymore, which is great. We need the SKR Pico pinout. Let's see. Oh. Yes, we have 2 fan headers up here. Oh, actually 3, fan 1, 2, 3. So I assume this will be like some Clipper configuration magic to make that work. We do use the outermost, the fan 3 at the moment, and this is used for the fan on the bottom here, I think, which I actually never saw spinning. Thinking about it now. Maybe it's most like it's temperature control, but I never saw it spinning. So we can use basically either one of those two, which means we need to crimp a JST connector, which is fine. So we need to basically have a JST to JST connector. Just to quickly double check, I see the red wire here is on the inside, which is the same for all of them. Yeah, the fun part is we need to figure out how the Nevermore is wired up, because I do not remember. But I guess what we can do is like we can just crimp like one side of the connector, or we can like route the wire in some sort. I mean, like roughly, just roughly, right? Like this will go in here somehow. We'll go down. We'll go over here, and then yeah. So we need roughly like that much cable. Let's just add a healthy bit. And oh good, I added some yeah. Okay, so let's just crimp connectors on that and just not plug in one side of the connectors yet, so we can figure out which one is plus and which one is minus. It's first time crimping JSC connectors on stream. This can also that can only go wrong. I need a bit more space. Let me quickly like organize the stuff over here. Okay, we need 1, 2, and our friends. Let me get it a little bit up. Then let's start by stripping some wire. Trying to do that in a way that you can see what I'm doing. I'm also like, maybe we can do this angle again. I think that always worked really well. It's just a tiny bit of wire. I did all the wiring of my gaming PC by hand. So basically I started out with this stuff, connectors for like different connectors of course, and tons and tons of wire. And I did everything by hand. So every cable in my PC has the perfect length, including that like the cables on the inside have a tighter radius than the cables on the outside of a band. So it's like very, very nicely done. So basically how they work is, let me see if I can get this on camera a little bit. How they work is like they have two sections basically. So the hindmost section will wrap around the isolation of the cable, and then the center section here, like these are like U-shaped. The center section will wrap around the strains of the wire, and the front piece basically is not touched at all. So this will like be the connector part that like later plugs into the pin. And the two hind sections basically will be crimped. So usually what I do is like I bend it a little bit so it's like kind of tight and doesn't like slip from the cable right away. And then I put in the cable. Just, yeah, so it like bends a bit. And then, yeah, these are the crimping pliers. So basically you see like one side is a little bit like tighter than the other. So you just put this in. We need to figure out which, oh, let's do it the other way around. So what we can also do is we can just put this one in the wider spot. Now it goes amazing. Crimping on stream is amazing. Let's just put it in so it's like, I didn't fully tighten it yet, but it's kind of in there. And then we can, I might even have it now too tight. Yes, I do. Oh God. Okay, let's try it. So usually what you can do is like you can kind of like pre-crimp it a bit so that the connector is in here. Yeah. No, it's again. Okay, let me try it again. Me doing my first crimps. Oh, amazing. Let's try it again. Yeah, okay. Yeah, now it goes out. Okay. Maybe it doesn't go with JSC connectors, but usually you can crimp it like basically on the isolation side first. And then you can push the wire in from the other side, and you see basically how far you need to push the wire in. makes it a bit easier. Okay, I'm unable to do that at the moment. Okay, that can only go. It's not like I did some on the weekend and it worked. Yeah, like needle nose pliers are also an option. I'm not quite sure why I'm like incapable of doing that right now. I crimped like 12 or 13 of them on the weekend for my ender. Oh god, okay. Whew, reset. Let's try a different way. Okay. Just open them again a bit. It would be terrible if we can't do a single crimp here. Okay, let's do it like this, and then we crimp the back first. Okay, this is like getting a little bit embarrassing, but let's try again. Let's try it the good old-fashioned way. It's good that we only have to crimp like half a dozen or something of that. Okay. I'm not sure if it's a cable or is it me. Yay, success. So that's usually how I do it, and then you can turn it around, because now like the isolation section is crimped, but not the other. Like the strands are not yet crimped. And you can turn it around. Wow, this only took like 5 approaches, attempts. Let's see if we can get the next one done in 4. God. Here we go. Okay. Second one. Okay, something is weird. Maybe I should crimp them with the smaller setting, because I crimped the isolation is fully crimped, but they fall off. Let me try the smaller setting. But I used the middle setting for the other ones on the weekend, which is weird. Okay. Let's try again. Okay. Okay, let's also double crimp this one with the smaller setting done. Yeah, exactly. Like if you now crimp it with a smaller setting, like it's basically crimped off. This one is fine though. No, this one was also. So it must be the middle setting. Cool, back to start. Let me actually use a different wire. Let's just use a different wire. Not sure if it's me or the wire, but something doesn't work out here. Something doesn't work out. Hi there, Rudy's Gaming. You can watch me fail to crimp connectors. It's very amusing. Okay. let's try again. New cable, new luck. Like it's crimped and the cable was in. It's nicely curling. I'm not sure what to do wrong right now. Well, with this speed we are not getting beyond the Nevermore. That looks like a success. So, next up. I removed a bit too much isolation. Like for JST, like it must be really short, otherwise you interfere with the plug on the front. Open that a bit up again. And then let's slide the wire in. Here we go. Yeah, like I used this wire on the weekend as well and it was like no problem whatsoever. Okay, maybe it was the wire. Maybe I just need to have like a couple failed attempts. Okay, so this one goes here, right? So we have the same. So the black goes to the left, yeah, left. I just need my tweezers, which I don't have here. Oh, they're over there. Okay, I'll have to fetch them in a second. Let's just push that in. This one's in. Let's do the red one. Like those cables, oh, you can't push, like they're so soft. So you have to push on the plug. Passes the pull test. Okay, so let's quickly redo the length. I'm not sure where I put the other wire, but so we kind of need something like this. Goes down there. And kind of go around the corner, so something like this. Let's add a little bit just to be sure. And then let's just twist this so they stay nicely together. Let's see. Oh, you don't see. I never did it with the silicone wires. Okay, let's just go till here and then just use a temporary cable tie. We still need to figure out the orientation of the plug on the other side. Now we have a somewhat nicely twisted cable. Okay. And let's crack this one open. quite thick wire for a couple fans. It's like AWG 24, I think. Oh, now the interesting part is, do I get it through here? So basically there's now like a little tiny gap there. I think the zip tie won't fit through here. The wires are fine. Quickly make some space here. And we can also close this one up already. I think this will be the only wire that goes through here today. Okay. Get this out. And then I think we can just pull through. Let me quickly grab my tweezers, like that was not smart to not have them. 1 second. Okay, here we go. Let's see, I don't think that we can make the zip tie fit. No way. Okay. Then we have to get the black cable out of there. Maybe I have to remove the panel. Here we go. Okay, so we have those two. And it's back in. Amazing. Okay, so I hold them here and then I just like remove the zip tie on the other side, and hopefully we can pull it through. That's not super easy. Third hand would be amazing right now. Okay, let's make a third hand then. Let me just quickly, I don't have any tape here, which sucks. Let's just put something heavy on there, so that the cables are somewhat fixated. And then let's remove the let's hope it's still where it's supposed to be. Okay, one. It's really difficult to grab that cable. Okay, here we go. And we have it, and it's still somewhat twisted. Amazing. Cool. So from a length perspective, I mean, if we put the connector on this length, then there will be like, because it will be, in the end, it will be somewhere here, right? And we have a little bit of slack here. Maybe that's the thing now, right? Like, yeah, we have to remove that panel because I have to put on the connector like here. Because I don't think I can move the back panel. It's like super in place. I think if I leave that here, this should be fine. Then let's just remove that panel. I guess there's no way around that. And the panels should be fairly quick to put back in the end. Just should make sure to like kind of like collect all the panel stuff in one spot. Maybe if I do the bottom one, we just have to loosen the top ones and we can slide the panel out. Let's see if we can do it. Oh yeah, here it comes. One panel less. Okay, so then we can do our most favorite job again. Let's make sure to twist that properly. I think, did we damage the cable when we removed the zip tie? No, we did not. Great. Okay, that's kind of lost my twisting here. It's not super easy with those cables, like they're very flexible. So like twisting them doesn't do much. Let's see, okay, whatever they are now. Okay, so we kind of like remove a bit. I want to twist it. It doesn't quite work. Okay, yeah. So we remove another like 5 centimeters, something like that. Let's just make sure we have enough to, like, worst case, like redo the crimp. Okay. Then let's grab some more of the pins. Squeeze it a bit so it stays somewhat in place. That should be number 1. Yeah, it's much easier with those cables. I don't know what it is about the other ones. Maybe because the isolation is a bit thicker with those. Like they're easier to, or like they're not as slippery as well, I think. Nope, now we're like, we were slightly in front of the isolation. Let's try it again. Just imagining you would have to like crimp all the cables on the printer by hand. It would be such a hassle. Okay, so I'm happy to report we have all the crimps crimped for this. Now let's figure out what we need as orientation. Oh yeah, so this one is the Bull Rolls kit for the Nevermore. And I ordered actually the printed parts as well, because like the printed parts was like €1.50 more than like without the printed parts. So I was like, yeah, okay, whatever. And it's like the quality is really nice, generally. Like looking here, like this is really like a really clean print, which is really nice. Like the kit was like €35, so including the printed parts. The only thing is like this is really fragile, like this lip where you like slide that under, and it broke for me immediately, so I used the soldering iron to kind of like weld it back together. That's why it looks like this. Okay, looking at my really shabby job in there, let's just grab the housing. So basically the one on the back is the positive. So the left one. Let's just push it in here. It's even easier with this one. Let's just make sure to push it in. If it wants to or not, it has to go in. Here we go. That's number one. Let's twist it again. A bit tighter in the front because that's where you see it. And this goes in. Nope, I don't. That goes in this way? Yeah, this way. Yes, and it doesn't want to go in. Or it went in, but it doesn't want to stay in. Let's see if you can make that stay in. Here we go. Yeah. No, it's in. We lost a little bit of a twist, but it's nice. Still fine. Okay, cool. Let's see. Like, this doesn't look very nice back here, but it's okay. Nobody will see that. And we actually got a serial number for this one. It is, I don't have the number, but this one is, I don't even know where I see that. I forgot. But yeah, it has a 2700 something number, I believe. So our serial request we did in the last stream was successful after I think like 2.5 days or something. So it didn't take too long actually, which was very nice. So let's slide that in here, and we can plug that in. Like the plug here is really terrible. Like you barely get it out anymore. Oh yeah, okay. So my twisting thingy doesn't really work here. Okay, and then we have this one screw which secures everything in place. I can give you a better angle on that. Here we go. Now it's in. Let's see if the screwdriver fits. Yeah, it does. And we could have adjusted it back and forth, I think. I'm not sure if the nut is... Oh no, it's sliding, okay. Let's just roughly center that. Okay, so this is our Nevermore mounted. Nice. So the question is now, I mean, technically we can now just start it up and try to configure that in Clipper to make it do something. I kind of want to clean up the cables back here a bit. Like this, I don't like this. I also don't like this PTFE tube. It's always in the way. Let's see. And we can just make a little tiny loop here and just like shorten that a bit. bit better. still not super nice, but here we go. Just don't look at it. From front it looks fine, so it's nice. Okay, yeah, I think actually I think it's a good idea. Let's just start that thing up. See if we have smoke. I guess not, but you get the first row seat for smoke. Let's move all the trash away, and then we need to figure out how to configure that. I think it starts up fine by the looks of it. Let's give it a second to boot. This takes way longer than I expected, like to install the Nevermore. Yeah, but I think my plan would be to now basically let the printer print the little clips we need for the lights. And we can wire we can solder the LEDs in the meantime. If this comes online. I wouldn't know why it wouldn't. Oh, was that a typo? Okay, I don't have to understand that. Why typing it again would do something. Okay, let's check the printer CFG. And we need to Google Clipper at, let's see, maybe somebody has something here. Let's just copy that. And then we need a new file. And we paste that. Let's see what they do here. So they do pin PD15. So now the question would be, because we have the fan 2 is what we're using here, right? Fan 2. So fan 2 is IO18. So now the question is, let's just save and close that for now, and then we need to include that as well, right? Like we have a new config file, so we need to include that. Nevermore. So now we need to find how this works. So we have AMP GPIO28. Let's just check GPIO28. This should be the chamber temperature sensor. Oh wait, but it's umbilical, so that's not what we want. Fan, here. Heater fan. LDO peak umbilical overrides the setting. Okay, but that's fine. So GPIO 18. Looking at the pin out, this is 20. Oh, 18. Yeah, that's exactly ours. So we just call that GPIO 18 and it should be the correct pin. Save and close. And Nevermore. So we say GPIO 18. Let's quickly skim through what's happening here. So Menu, main control, nevermore off. Okay, that's like the control shortcut. Filter speed, so you can set that. Filter off, toggle nevermore. Let's just save and restart and see what happens. Clipper reports error, amazing. Section menu main control is not a valid configuration section. Okay. Is this? Yeah, this is what we had. I mean, we can just remove. I mean, the important part would be this one, right? So if we have this one, yeah, for screen. Okay, I see. I thought it would be for the, you know, like Moonraker has, and not Moonraker, words. Mainsail has the menu up here, so I thought maybe it would be for that. So we can remove this section here completely, which basically leaves us with toggle. Let's just see. Let's try it again. Thanks for the help, Renovic. Let's see, technically we should have like a nevermore here, exactly. I don't hear anything. I have like failed crimp pins on my arm. Oh, they are spinning. They are spinning. Oh wait, let me show you here. They are spinning. So something happens. Let me set it to off. Now they're not spinning. And if I put it to 100, oh, now they are spinning. So the difference between like 80 and I see what's happening here. PBM magic. Yeah, it's like the 1% and the 5% are like massive jumps, and then like from like 80 downwards, it's like almost the same. No, they're not loud. Those fans are not super loud. I'm not sure how to demonstrate it to you right now, but I mean, let me just put them to 100. I mean, the microphone is back there, but this is a pen. Not sure if you hear anything of that, but I mean, I would say they are pen click loud. That's a rough comparison. But then like they will be inside the chamber. I used them for the entire print of all the Voron parts. Was on that Nevermore. And it works really well. Like the Titan X ABS from Futura that I used is quite non-smelly already. And then after I turned on the Nevermore in the chamber, it was gone, like, oh, no problem. Like, didn't smell anything. I didn't feel weird. It was just really good. So I think this is a success. I mean, now we have to integrate it into our like, yeah. Also, like this makes a massive difference. If you put it on, it's way more silent actually. It's like on, off. And there's like definitely air coming out on top as well. Yeah, success. I guess for now I would just do it manually most likely. It would be interesting, like, does Clipper know what filament you use? Is there something, it says filament type here. That's also like, these are two 1515s. They say Sunon on them, but then like I bought them from AliExpress. So maybe they are Sunon, maybe not. It's actually like, it's this kit. This is what I bought. This is exactly what I bought. And then in the not sure what I did now. In the 0.1 version, because like the the difference is basically the orientation of the outlet. The 0.1 goes up and the 2.4 blows in a right angle. And they say, like, these are the fans that are in here. They say Sunon, they are, from what I can tell, okay. Like, they are relatively silent from what I know from 1515 fans. So I'm quite happy with those. So yeah, so basically they know, we know the filament type. The question is, can we know, do we know it in a macro? Can we do that? I mean, that would be nice if you can just say, like, if filament equals ABS, then turn Nevermore on. That's really not what we want, right? This is completely not what we want. Material. But it's a print start, so we would need to set that in the Prusa slicer before start, before print G-code. So material is params material, but that comes then from the parameters. So you have to set it manually. I mean, most likely what we see in mainsail is just that mainsail knows that this is a filament type by looking at the G-code. But Clipper running the macros does not know. Interesting. Can I share Prusa slicer? Yes, I can. So here in the print settings, I mean, it could also, let's just do it like this, right? So we just need to quickly figure out the the command to turn that on, right? Clipper turn fan on G-code. I have no clue about Clipper, so set fan speed, and then we say, so if we run this, and this one was Nevermore, I think, and speed, I guess it's 100 or 255. Is not a valid fan. Okay, let's quickly check what we called that. Oh, uppercase N, it's case sensitive. Let's try again. Yeah, 100 is 100. So we can just do this. And let's turn it off. But then we can just use that in Prusa Slicer. And in the filament settings for ABS, we have custom G-code, start, and then we just set it to on. Let's just save that quickly. And then what we can do in Clipper is we can edit the after print or print end macro. Home, print start, prime line, print end. So what we can just do here, we just say set fan speed, Nevermore. I mean, we could also just make a macro out of that, right? That would be also. Let's just, we don't have to do that all the time. So this one is filter on, and then we just say filter off, and we just say filter off. Save and restart, and then here in Prusa Slicer we just say filter on. Sorry for not sharing that, but I just replaced it one line. Let's just quickly test it. So filter on and off. Yay, macros, amazing. So the question I now have is, does it also turn off when I cancel a print? Does it run the print and macro? I'm not sure. Nah, that's okay. Let's see. Cool, but then technically we have like a running printer right now with a Nevermore filter. So, I mean, what we could do, let's just quickly check printables. And then we need the matchsticks diffusor. Exactly, and then we need, so they have different clips. They have a straight clip and a downward facing clip. That's when you put it on top. So let's just get those. Definitely have to pause to make. I'm already at, I'm over 200 Prusa meters already on my Prusa roll. So I'm kind of making it a goal for myself to get that. Cool, so that is, yeah, we have 0.4 millimeter nozzle on. I was playing around with the 0.6 and 0.4. Let's see, how long does it take? 22 minutes, that's perfect. Let's just quickly print that. I'm very confident in my ABS that I don't need the panels. But what I need is material. So let me like quickly grab a bit of ABS so we can quickly print that. It will be next to the microphone, so it might be a little bit noisy, but we can also just turn on the noise suppression. So let's do that. Give me like a second to grab filament, and then let's print some clips. 1 second. Okay, here we are. Let's load some filament. So what I noticed, the 1 kilogram spools do not fit on the spool holder. Like this is like only for 750 gram spools. So one of the mods I will have to install is like, there's a longer version of that that also falls away. You also notice I have it on the side because the printer sits directly to the wall on the back. So I want to have the spool here on the side, but it would be really nice to have like a longer one that like folds inwards. So that would be really nice. Hey, I'm here. I need to check with the thumbnail fix. That should be out already for you, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, just drop me a message in our support case, and I can check it later. Let's see. So let's quickly load that. I think I just have to push a bit, and we can. Like one thing I noticed, like it's really hard to. Now it slides in on the first try, but sometimes it's really hard to push the filament like from top to down to the bottom. I guess that is all we need. Let's load some filament. I'm always looking for everything here. Here we go. And regarding the percentage, it should be a plugin thing, Amir. So the percentage should come from the plugin. That's not something you need the app update for. But yeah, I would need to read up on our conversation again. I don't remember all the details by heart at the moment, sorry. So. It should start pooping out some ABS right now. After it's heated up. And I guess in the meantime, we can upload this already. We also make sure that you see printer in this view. And counted an error. So Prusa size now also has issues. Now it worked, okay. Okay, let's quickly wait for that to kick off. I think it should heat quite quickly. Where are we at? 229. Oh, something's happening. Here we go. I'm very happy that the chat didn't disconnect once so far. Like last time it disconnected like multiple times in the beginning. It was like super annoying. Let's see, perfect. I also need to get this perch line off. Like for some reason they stick like hell. Like it's really hard to get them off. Yep. But in doubt, I would just perch on top of that right now. Like, I don't know what it is with those perch lines. I know that I'm printing a little bit too close to the bed at the moment. Do you have anything here that you can use to kind of like... I don't want to scratch it. That's kind of my problem, but yeah, okay. I'm not going to trying to remove that now, so I'm just printing on top of that. Don't do that at home. Let's start the print. We can also now test our Nevermore macro. Yeah, it should turn on. It should turn on. Like after the start print G code starts, it should turn on the Nevermore. Because it's not part of the Prusa slicer start print code. Start G code. Also one thing that I changed, you will see it now, like basically it homed Y and then it moved to center and then it homes X. Because what had happened is that the cables from the hot end, like they inadvertently touch the two vertical extrusions from the bed. And there was enough like resistance, like it doesn't like really catch, it's just like it's touching it. And there was enough resistance basically to home it in the wrong position. So it would home over here and not over here. Yeah, and then obviously like it hit everything, it was a complete mess. So that was no fun. But yeah, so basically I just like move it forward first and then like home X to fix that. Since then I never had any issues anymore. Grab that stuff here. Like the PTG I printed, it's such a messy material. Like it's basically like sticking to the nozzle like crazy. Now there's like a lot of like PTG like all over the nozzle. That's okay, I can clean later. Let's see. Most likely it takes a second for the bed to heat up. Yeah, we're only at 50C. How's the audio? Do you hear the printer like very badly? Like if yes, I just throw on a noise suppression filter. Actually, let me see if I can like just do that right now. Yeah, you just hear fan. Like, I mean, at the moment it also doesn't move. But let me just like, where is it? Noise suppression. And let me just throw it on. Okay, so now there should be like a noise suppression filter so the printer can do its thing. And then maybe also let's move the microphone a little bit away from the printer. It's like not like next to it. Let's see if I can find a place for that here. That's not even in frame. Perfect. Okay, so that should help a bit. Cool. Then we have some space here. So let's just the two people watching. Let's just vote. Do you want to first do the RGB LEDs on the side, or do you want to have the toolhead LEDs first? What one should we tackle first? Push it a bit back. So we can. Because either way, what we do, we need the soldering iron. LEDs on the side. Okay, then let's do LEDs on the side. I'll just let that do its thing there. Let's just get a bit of overview. So we need to get some LEDs first. Let's quickly pull it apart. It's a very shabby construction, where I didn't have a lot of time to do that. I think I spent like minus printing, like I designed it one evening, then I printed it during the day, and then the next evening I just assembled everything. So I didn't spend a lot of time on perfecting that. But it worked very well. Like it connects via Wi-Fi, and then there was a Firebase web page and database behind it that you could open on the phone to basically set the state of the light from red to green. And it also had like the gym schedule like included, so it would automatically turn to red 10 minutes after the class started. COVID times. Wasn't it fun? Wasn't it fun? Okay, let's also save the screws. Sorry, lost one. So, yeah, that's the inside. That's the Arduino with Wi-Fi. That's like a USB to power it, and then like it's just a mess. But it worked. It worked. And this is just like acrylic glass, and I just like sanded it with like, I don't know, like 600 grit or something to make it a little bit like the idea was to have it like fully opaque, but like that was too much work in the end, so I didn't do it. Let's see, how did I, maybe we can just, it's not like I will ever use it again. Okay, here we go. Let's just put that aside somewhere. And this is what we need. Let's figure out how we glued that in there. It's just double-sided tape. Okay, great. Or not great. Let's see if that... Oh, it works. So, okay, that's one. I'm not looking forward to like soldering those LEDs. Like this is always like such a painful job. Although like those are okay. There's also like a higher density with the I think 144 LEDs per meter. This should be 60. And with the 144, it's like the pads are really, really tiny. It's like terrible to solder those. I don't think we need all of them, like most likely only half or something. Okay, let's put it on the on the garbage pile. Oh, they came with like adhesive. I mean, technically, my idea was to slide them in, like, so basically those come out. And then the idea was like to just slide them in, but then the adhesive kind of like doesn't work. It's no, it's over cross. Ooh, this is a really tight fit actually. I mean, I should have tested that. I didn't. But yeah, we definitely have to remove the adhesive on the back of that. Let's just work on one strip. So looking at this, technically, I mean, we could solder on one extra LED. But I think I'll just use like one of those strips per. We just center it a bit. Or let's just push it quite to the front. No, we only have to solder on the cables instead of like connecting them. So the fun part will now be how to remove that tape. Oh, there we go. It's most likely more interesting than me peeling tape off a LD strip. So, does it now fit? Let's just watch the first layer, everything goes down smoothly. That looks good so far. Tool head LDs would be really nice now. Then you could see it actually like while it's printing. I can do that. Item. We are about to like try to make some RGB happen here. But there's some really nasty double-sided tape involved, so let's see if we get that off first. Okay, let's let the printer do its thing. So I kind of got it off to this point, but there's still like residue. It's only half as sticky, but I don't think it will fit the rail. I may have just made them a tiny bit too tight. Like I think I made it a millimeter wider than I measured those to be, but that doesn't really want to fit. I mean, technically we could. I mean, we have 4, so we only need 2. We can do some experimentation. But like looking at it, there's like, you see the trace here. So I think we can just snip off like a millimeter on the side. Because there doesn't seem to be anything. Like the furthest out the traces go is here. So there's like quite some margin. I mean, you could technically. Sure if it works, but if we do something like this, we could make it a tiny bit slimmer. Let's just go for it. Like if we ruin one, we still have others. Just like, I mean, the entire idea of using those is that I don't have to buy anything. So it's okay if it looks a little bit hacky. Fully focused on not snipping the traces. Okay. So now it's definitely not as wide anymore. And the vision works. That's kind of like how I expect this to be. Just 1 millimeter off. Like the back is still quite sticky, so it doesn't really like slide in. I think we can. I mean, we can try that. We also have, yeah. Oops. Let's maybe try to remove a little bit more of the glue. Like that stuff, I hate it more than the ABS smell. Like ABS I can handle, but IPA is like, ugh. I really don't like it. I'm not even sure if that does something. Maybe a bit, but not much. Yeah, I mean, where it's 6, maybe even more. So let's not do that. Let's not do that. Okay. Okay, maybe it did something, because it's definitely now close and easier. Okay, so technically this is how far we could get, which basically leaves perfect spot, like a perfect spot for one more LED. I'm kind of tempted to like solder one extra there, just to like fill it. But then if we do it like this, I mean, we have a little bit of space to like hide the solder and everything, but we don't need that much. Okay, let's see. Let's remove those like little bits of wire. Not, I mean, technically we can just like snip one and like solder it there. It shouldn't be like that terrible to like bridge that, I think. Okay, let's just get rid of the solder first. And we put them over there. Let's heat it up. Yeah, this is my tray of random stuff. Yeah, I'm also opting for like I'm leaning towards centering it. That should be fine. Like you can always add one at the end if you really need to. Okay, let's remove that for first. But I'm happy. So basically now it fits in, and like this was kind of like the intention I had, that like the sides kind of like hold it down and keep it flat. And then the diffuser goes on top. So the story why this is longer, the diffusing part is longer. This one was printed on the ender, and it's like 13 centimeters, I think. And then I moved my ender from somewhere over there to the table here. I turned it on, and I heard some like crackling sounds for like a second, and then I heard the poof, and then some smoke, and yeah, I turned it off like immediately, of course, but I didn't turn back on. Well, like I didn't try it right away, of course, but I was like checking the electronics. I unplugged all the things from the main board. I unplugged everything basically except the Pi. The Pi turned on, which was amazing. So success already. That was like my biggest fear was like Pi, because everything else I have spares basically. So it wasn't the Pi. And then I tried to like unplug everything from the printer mainboard and try if I can get like light on the printer mainboard. didn't turn on. But then basically like what I saw is like I have a relay and the relay didn't switch. So I was checking the relay, it kind of looked okay, but then like the buck converter that powered the relay was completely blown. So what happened is that seemingly when I removed the Nevermore from there, I moved the cable like ever so slightly. And that cable wasn't properly isolated because I just like cramped Nevermore into the electronics part basically. And yeah, shorted 5 volts, or like the 24-volt cable of the Nevermore was shorted, and that basically blew the buck converter that supplied power to the MOSFET. It wasn't a 24 volt, it was the MOSFET, the 5 volt for the MOSFET. Exactly, yeah. But long story short, like I had a blown buck converter, everything else was still working after short in the electronics, and I was like, I'm so lucky. It's going also long. So those clips basically go on the back here. The original part basically has a PCB here, and the PCB has screw holes. So basically you screw through the PCB into the clip, and I just filled that, and it's like kind of like really ugly. We have to flatten it out a bit, but then basically we just glue the clips on there. Okay, let's try to get rid of that stuff here. Let me just see how I arrange everything so that you can see what I do. Something like this should work. Okay, let's just dab a little bit of fresh solder on there. Okay. Then I don't have wick at the moment right here, but we can should be able to get that. Yeah, it's already should be already good. It doesn't contact anymore. Okay. This is how it looks now. We need cables. So we have 5 volts, ground, and data. The cable, it does need to be long, I think. Okay, let's just quickly check. While the thing is printing, why not? So this will be mounted here, right? Zoom out a bit. So this will be here. We can do the same trick and put the cable like through the channel to the back. And I can't turn the printer further right now because of the power cable. But I know that the umbilical here has left and right the RGB plugs. So my guess would be that if we have like 10 centimeters of cable, we have plenty. Like we can cut off the excess after this is done. Should also be done like in like five minutes or something. I love it. Like this is so quick to like heat up and everything, and it's great. Okay, let's just take 10 centimeters, give or take. And for data, let's just use yellow. If we do it like this should be plenty. And because we have like 2 plugs on each side, we basically don't have to route it across the printer, so it will be like a really short cable run. Okay, let's get rid of a bit of isolation here. I think I do them left to right, so I start with the 5 volts. Okay, and let's also quickly pre-tin them a little bit. At the same time, no, let's do one by one. Just pretend it a little bit. Okay. So we have lightly pre-tinned cables. Let's just align that already. Does it still focus? Yeah, it focuses. Okay, let's just really put it on top of each other. Let's see. I didn't solve them for like those like LEDs. I didn't solve it for so long. I do not have fond memories of doing so. Let's do the yellow one in the middle, but that went quite well. That goes quite well. Like, that could definitely be worse. I mean, we have to crimp the other side, so that that could be like air brakes. Yes, I hope to add clipper support. That was kind of like the idea why I got this printer. Like, that's kind of like how it started. Oh, this is not nice. 1 second, let me quickly do it solder. Yes, so I will add clipper support. The idea of having this printer here. So basically how it started was I wanted to have one clipper printer and one Marlin printer so I can play around with both. And the idea originally was to convert my Ender to clipper, which then I didn't do. Or like, my idea was like to convert my Ender to clipper and then get the Prusa Mini as like a small Marlin printer because I don't have a lot of space, so I don't want 2 large printers. And then I kind of was looking around, and in the end, like I settled on having the Voron 0 as a small Voron, a small clipper printer, and the Ender will now stay with Marlin. So I have both, and my like at the moment I just like try to understand the clipper ecosystem because for me like it's completely new. I just try to like understand like the workflows and clipper and stuff like that. But yeah, eventually hopefully later this year I will have clipper support. I was already checking out the API documentation and stuff like that, but it's like really different from Octoprint, so it will be really challenging to get both into the same app. Yeah, let's see. How's it going? Let's try to pull a bit. Here we go. I guess like this. I don't have glue, I think, because otherwise like I would just add like some glue on those joints. Also double check they don't touch. I mean, I could get my multimeter to make sure, and we should do that. Like, we should make sure to not. Yeah, I also want to play around with the OctoClipper plugin, Jim. That would be like I kind of want to have like all the options to like configure in like all the different ways. An OctoClipper, I want to play around with. Like one thing I don't understand, like maybe you know, but like from the Clipper community, like Octoprint is not really considered as an option for some reason, which I don't quite understand. Like everyone is like always like directly jumping to like mainsail and food. I'm not quite sure why like nobody sees Octoprint and the OctoClipper plugin there as a real option, because like from what I see, it's like kind of the same. Like sure it's different, but like you don't lose like any massive functionality if you use Octoprint. Like quite an opposite, I think. Like you gain a lot of things. Let's see. I don't have anything to temporarily like put it together like that. Yeah, exactly, Renovik. Like before Mainsail, I think Mainsail is also like super new, right? Like it's from 2020 or something. Like before it was Octoprint. So I'm not quite sure where this like sentiment comes from. Yeah, I mean, like also like you have Octo Clipper as a ready-made Raspberry image, right? Like you can directly install from Raspberry from the Pi imager. So I don't quite understand it. I mean, like I get that Mainsail and Fluid both look like more fancy. Like they're just like a newer project, right? Like they just look way more modern than Octoprint. But yeah. But people like Mainsail and Fluid because it feels more modern, while Octoprint might feel clunky for some. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Like, Octoprint still uses the Bootstrap like design, right? Which is like kind of like 2015-ish. And I think that if you just look at it, like it looks more dated for sure. Yeah, the thing is like maybe, I mean, I'm not a web expert. Like I barely can write JS, but maybe it's just time to like think of like just like redoing the CSS part at least. That we just like, you know, like still stick to Bootstrap for the meantime, because like I understand like moving away from Bootstrap will be massive hassle, but maybe you can just like touch it up a bit, you know, like just make it a little bit flat and like new icons, stuff like that. Yeah, I need to figure out how to do that. I'm not sure if I snip it, it might just break, which would suck. Let me just try on the end. Oh, well, it works, but it's flying around. Let's just pull it. So we need to do it here. Let me just try to like mark that. And then let's just pull out. And so it a little bit longer. And we can use a file to make it smooth. Well, Renovik, like for the UI looking the same, right? Like you can customize the colors and everything. Like I think Mainsail Fluid both have that as well, that you can like change the colors. Octoprint can do that too. So, I mean, that's should be fine. I mean, like I totally get your problem with like canceling the wrong printer. That is definitely something. Like I have a lot of virtual printers. Like I think I have like 10 or 12 Octoprint setups with virtual printers. Like I all the time, like I completely like mess it up by like using the wrong one. Yeah, like the color for me is like what really saves me. Like I kind of have like different colors for each of them, and the title of course, but still like sometimes I still mess it up. Okay, so I mean technically this would be fine. I think we should quickly wait until this is done. It looks already quite progressed, I think. Let me quickly check in the background what the estimate is. Oh, 2 minutes. 1 minute 40. So this is almost done. Because then we need to figure out how the wiring goes. And how long we need to do that to have it. Then I would just like try to make one work. Then we just like do one side and just try to make it light up. And if that works, then I would just copy paste the other side. Well, Amir, you can try out Clipper and Octoprint and report back how that works. Like, I also want to try it out. Like, for now, I just went with like the exact configuration the printer was meant to be. Like, I just followed the docs. But like, Jim, maybe you know, but technically you should be able to just install Octoprint along main cell fluid, right? Like, I know you can have main cell and fluid at the same time. I don't see why you just can't have Octoprint on the same machine as a third interface. Because like for Octoprint, it's just a printer, right? Like it doesn't really care about anything. Yeah, exactly. You can have them both installed. Yeah, I think that's something I'll just try out. It will be fun. Like for now, I just have main cell because I also want to try out like the news thing and like see what it does better. But having Octoprint on here would definitely be really nice, especially after I have the camera set up. I kind of want to use Octolabs a bit. Let's see if we get to the camera today. It would be fun. Here we go. Yeah, but from a like a printer operating system or like firmware perspective, like I already love Clipper way more than Marlin, because like Marlin, it's such a hassle. And this is kind of hot. Let me just leave it there for a second. It's such a hassle. Like every time you change something, you have to recompile the firmware, and then I at the moment I have a problem at the moment that like I have to wipe my EEPROM every time I make a change. Like if I flash new firmware to my Ender, I have to wipe the EEPROM, otherwise it doesn't boot. It's like it's just like really painful. Yeah, I'm really interested in all the React stuff coming now. Like if we would really like swap to React Native, I think it would be like a massive boost for the entire platform. Let's see. Cool. Yeah, we can also try to mount those clips here. I'm not quite sure what I'm showing right now, but we can try to mount the clips here. Let me quickly see if I can like get one off the bat without burning me. No. Okay, that definitely needs some time. But let me move it off the heated bed so it cools down quicker. Yeah, let's also kill the printer then. Don't do it at home. Always shut down your Raspberry properly. Okay, so let's pull the plug. I could also quickly... Let me just get this out. I can like detach the spool. Oh, sorry, 1 second. Okay, so now we can turn the printer again, which makes life much easier. Okay, so the LED will go, just push that back in. Okay, so the LED would go here, like this. Like I mostly can't quite move it back, so there will be a little bit of a gap. I mean, technically we could make a little tiny cut in here so we can put the cables straight up. That would be nice. We also remove that. Oh, the Nevermore didn't turn on. So that would be something we need to check. I mean, if we make a small cut here, then we can put the cables straight up and can move it against the rail. Then you don't see the rainbow cables in front. And then in the back, I think we will need to remove that cover here as well. Let me quickly do that. Maybe a bit more space. Oh, that's the wrong one. I get it done. Slide it out. Okay, so there we have. I think I can turn. Yeah. Oh, print pad. Okay. All right, let's keep it up. But basically, down there, somewhere, there should be a plug we can use. Wait 1 second. As always, I'm running out of space. I kind of lost track of your conversation there, by the way. Oh, it wasn't that much. Yeah, that's one downside of using Clipper, right? Like the screens are always kind of turning into like useless things. I'm really not a fan of like the entire like Clipper screen integration. Like also like the standard, like quote unquote standard screens you have like on, for example, NS3. I don't know the technical term. Like they all turn kind of useless with Clipper. I like Marlin's screen menu. It's actually like, it's kind of retro, but I like it. Okay, let's see. So this connector here, not sure, yeah, you can barely see it, but basically below the cap there's like a 3-pin JST connector, and that's where we put in the LED. And we have them on, oh, I can actually show it here. Here's the other one. So we have them on both sides. So we have them on both sides. So basically we can route the cables on both sides in. Let's see. So we basically would... Oh, there are preloaded nuts there. That's not helpful right now. Why are there preloaded nuts in here? I'm not sure why I preload nuts there. Maybe we can just... There's a bit of a gap. No, okay. Let's just wiggle it through here. And then we need to get that out here. Oh god. Okay, that's one. I'm not sure where the other cables are. I see the black one. Oh man, this is no fun. There's the black cable. No, where's red? Oh, red didn't make the cut. It's hanging on the bottom. There's red. But the cable should be wide enough too. Let me do it again. It should be wide enough to have all three in there. If I would have a bit of tape, we could tape the ends together. Maybe that would help a lot, most likely. I could also try sliding around this plate here. But I can't slide up and down, so I only can slide left and right. Let's try this for another minute, and otherwise we need to loosen all the screws for that. It's really hard to grab those cables in there. Okay, here's one. Sorry, like you don't see anything, but if I show you what I'm doing, I don't see anything. I'm not looking forward to doing that again for the other side. There's red, not loose stuff. And I do see black. Woo. Success. Success. Okay, cool. Let's check how we route it. Oh god, that was... but we can just push it under the stepper, like, yeah, easy. We can just push it under the stepper. and then the plug is right here. So we can basically get rid of that much basically. What a waste. Let's just cut it like this so we have a bit of wiggle room. Okay, so that's the cable we need. I should have cut it now, but let's try to cut in. Oh, sorry. Try to cut in here a little bit. I'm not quite sure what the right tool would be for that. It's also would have been easier to do that earlier, but I mean, what would be the fun in that? Oh, it's completely separating. Nice. So the answer is this is not the right tool. Oh yeah, now I'm lost in the conversation. I think we need a file and just file it. Okay, let me quickly grab like a round key file. Hey there. Okay, let me quickly grab a file. I'm back in like 10 seconds. Okay, I have two files. I have one with a round and one square. I think the round one might be better. I should have cut the cables yet. Now we're kind of like restrained to not pull them out. I think that should work. It doesn't need to be much, right? Just a tiny bit to route the cables. While I'll do that, let me quickly read up on all the things that happen. I mean, for Clipper, it should just be like another config thingy. And I hope the RGB LED is quite simple in Clipper. That was at least my understanding. So I'm just planning on like dropping like something in the config I copied from somewhere on Google. And then it should magically work. That should be already enough, right? Maybe a tiny bit more. I'll definitely add that in the Fusion model. I'm not sure how the original one does it. Input shaping is also still on the list. Today it's LEDs. Let's see how far we get. It's already like 7. But yeah, it's LEDs today. We also have to do the tool head LEDs, which go here. And then I want to install a camera. So that's today. Input shaping is on the list and I want to do it on stream. So I'm not home this weekend. That's why I'm doing like now a Thursday stream. Like I want to kind of like to settle it on Saturdays. But then basically like next weekend, so not like this weekend now, the one starting in 2 days, but next weekend I maybe do the input shaping because I'm kind of like bothered by not having it. I'm printing quite a lot on the printer right now. And I'm kind of like bothered, but I also need to do a little bit more tuning in general. Like it's not yet there. So I want to do like one stream just tuning the printer, including input shaping and pressure advance, which I kind of, oh god, shit. That's a typical me. This is up, I'm doing it down. It's the wrong side. Oh. Okay, well. It's even worse, we are doing it on the wrong side. It's completely wrong, because those need to face up. So we are working on the wrong side of the printer right now. So not only is it the wrong side I'm putting the hole in, it's also the wrong side of the printer. Okay, but then that gives us a little bit more freedom to move. So let's do it here. I mean, also be able, exactly. So you see here, like from the original one, you would do put a heated insert in here. But on my, yeah, we have to also straighten it out a bit. Like there's some work required on those parts. And then basically I would just put a dab of super glue there and put it together like this. So we need to remove those blobs here. And yeah, now let me just like disassemble it quickly again and just like pull it apart, because that would make it, if the LDs come out again, because I think the glue stuff is still, yeah, that's settled. There's no more pushing. This is now there to stay. Okay, cool. We can work with that. Let me just start over. I mean, technically we can also just like snap out the section here, right? Like if we just snap it like that. Exactly. Let's just clean it up a bit. Now we can put the cables up here. And that was also like way quicker than like the file. So, hey. Okay, cool. Let's get all the stuff out here. Let's put the diffuser back on. Kind of protect the LEDs a bit. Okay. Then we need to figure this out. Let's see. I most likely can't snip them. I can, kind of. Like this is really thin, it's like 2 layers, I think. So basically I just filled it in a bit so we can glue something there. It looks good. Yep. And then basically it just clips into the rails. Let's quickly do the second one. Let's get rid of the worst stuff. Clean it out a bit. Okay, the only problem is, I think I dropped the super glue at one point. It fell off the table if I remember correctly, because I don't see it here. Let me quickly check where that went. Oh yeah, I see it. Okay, 1 sec. Okay, so let's also use like a trusty old print pad, not super glue my table. Yeah, this fits nicely now. So I think if we put some super glue there. Get a second one. Let's see if that holds. A bit skeptical because the surface is super rough. Actually also a bit darker. The surface is super rough, so let's see. We can also add a dab on the sides, so that should work. Maybe let's add a bit on top. You won't see this side anyways. Okay. And what we could do, like, let's just let it sit for a second. But let's just work on the second side already. Just do the same here. Clean that up. Make sure to get you up a little bit more. YouTube is giving me a warning that my stream quality isn't high enough. Not sure. Do you have any problems? Oh, no, now it's again very good. Okay, not sure what that was. Let's clean it out. Here we go. Okay, then let's also shorten that. Nice. And we need to, on this side, shorten this a tiny bit. Oh, that cracked the ABS a bit. That should be fine. Let's clean it up. Okay, let's see if that works. Yeah, that works. Okay, and then we need a second of those strips. Let's just take the first one here. And we need to remove that stupid tape from the back. That's not fun. Yeah, that's how far we got with the other one as well. And then we also need to just make sure don't cut any traces. So we need to shorten it a bit here because somebody can't measure correctly. If that wouldn't be all sticky, it would really, really help. Okay. Here we go. We just need to desolder now on both sides. But yeah, it goes in. Maybe we can even just get away with snipping off the cables completely. And we can just leave the solder there. Let's quickly check that it all goes in. Yeah, it's getting really sticky, like it's so not nice. But yeah, it's the same as the other side. Cool. Then let's quickly. I think it's fine. Okay, then let's pause working on the second side for now. And let's. I mean, now the question is, it would of course be much easier to now crimp that here, right? But then we don't get it through the back of the extrusions anymore, which kind of sucks. Let's see. If we would want to move the electronics, the problem is we have like those screws here, right? We have 1, 2, 3, but there's one below here and one below here, and then one up here and one up here. So that doesn't really sound like a fun thing to do. So I guess it's really easiest to like push the wires like through this little gap here, and then just crimp them outside, and then we can push the cable through. So I think that's the approach I would go for. But that means we need to like remove the second panel on this side. So we need to remove this. 1 second. There's something loose here. Okay, so we need to remove this panel because this stick goes here. And then we push that through. Then we do some very short cable crimps. And oh, true, I totally forgot about this. I still have to print the drop-in nut thingies so I can like properly screw it down. I totally forgot about that. Okay. I'm fairly certain the JC connector doesn't fit through the slot. And let me quickly pull up the panel, and we can just try to put it in the slot on the bottom. But I'm 95% sure it doesn't fit. Jim, those are 1515 extrusions. They're not 2020. So they're a fair bit smaller. This was like when I saw the printer like on different like YouTube videos and stuff. Like you don't really realize how small this printer is until you really see it. Like, yes, it's 20, this is 120 millimeters. But like seeing it in, like is really teeny tiny. Let's quickly check. No, but no way. Like it's a full size, it's the X version of the JST. And that doesn't go in here. But that's a good one. Let's quickly double check that we are about to crimp the correct connector. It's not like something weird. I'm just quickly trying to push like an empty connector housing in here. Yeah, fits. Okay, so it's a JST XT. Oh, what is it called? JST? Doesn't say. I never get it straight. I think the X is the normal sized one. Okay. Then I mean we can already let's push the cables through first. Then we can clip that in. I'm still kind of like hoping that we can kind of like twist them into one bundle. That would be sweet. We can do the twisting basically on the other side. Okay. I mean, like pushing it through is not the hard part. It's getting the cables out on the other side. Let's lay it on the side. Oh yeah, this is nice. I mean, I see great. I think you see also great. Okay. Now where are my tweezers? Here. Just hold it there. Yeah, it's like you can't really grab it with the tweezers because like you can't open them in the extrusion really. Like you can only like grab it like this, but not like this. Here we go. But I damaged the cable a bit, I think. No black, where's black? Oh, there's black. Sweet. Let's pull the through here. Let's see. Is the red one damaged? Not as good, I don't think I... a bit. Okay, but it should be fine. Okay, let's see if that clip thing works. Oh, it doesn't clip. I don't... There's not much clipping going on here. But it should be long enough to like crimp the wires. That should be fine. Like I'm more concerned now that this doesn't go into place. Not sure if there's a trick to that. I mean, there's not really like a lot of flex in those parts. Oh God. Like, that's not going in there. I might have glued them too low. If I use another one, I mean, there's like this knob here, so that's like how deep as it goes. Yeah, they have the same. Oh god, no, it doesn't really. That does not really go in there. I mean, you could always. Try to make it a little bit. Oh, I see. There's something in between. Let me try to get it out. Yeah, I quickly have to do that somehow differently. I don't want to cut myself. There's a filament blob in the middle or something. I guess the same for the other one. Yeah, no, it's free. Let's try again. Yeah. I mean, it's still no fun, but this one is now in. Yeah, here we go. That's it. Now I just have to like make sure the cables are all the way in the extrusion. And then we should be, we kind of still see the cables poking out a bit there, but it should be fine. And that makes sense, right? Like what we just did doesn't quite work. They should have like, because like now it's open to the back, but yeah, it's fine. Nobody will see that. So that means we have our most favorite job, or most fun job ever. Crimping JST connectors. Love it. I'm still not quite sure what is worse, whether it's the VHB tape backing to peel that off, or whether to like crimp JST connectors. It's one of the two is like the most painful task I ever done. I'm not sure which one of the two. Let's see. I have like this whole like pile of crap here right now. It does not really. Let me just. I'll need like a second at some point to like sort it all out here, because it's like random bits of cable and the panel mounts and everything is like one pile. That was not very smart. Okay, let's see. Let me just get one of those JST. No, there it is. Okay. Yeah, the length of the cable does not make this easier. See? Yeah, it looks good. That's one. Like, it's so much easier with those cables compared to the other cable we tried to use in the beginning. I'm not quite sure what the difference is, but I mean, with the other cable, I failed 5 or something in a row. Number 2. I just hope that everyone who saw me like fail miserably in the beginning is still watching, so I can do it. Sometimes. Number 3. Okay, now we just need to figure out in which order they go into the housing. Let's quickly check if we... Oh, connection failed. I wonder why. LDO, Pico, Bilico, pinout. I assume like the middle one is the data. Do I have images? Block, logo? No, that's not what we want. Let's see. I'm fairly certain I saw like a pinout diagram of that board. Fairly certain I saw it. It must be in the GitHub. I mean, this is frame. Oh, pinout, PDF, easy, yeah. Must be in the GitHub, obviously. Here we go. So, the side with the notch has ground. So that means for us, this is the side with the notch. So if we plug in the connector, which faces that way, right? Yeah. So this would be then ground. So I'm not quite sure if you can see that, but I don't want to lose that. So this is ground. Is it in? No, it's not yet in. Like that is almost a bit of fight. Now it's in. Okay, this is the ground side. Now I'm fully relaxed. So we know this one is ground, and then the center one is data, and then the outside is 5 volt. So let's put in the data line in the middle. Oh, that's actually not twisted cable, so it stays together. I hope it's long enough. Yeah, it should be. So now it is somewhat twisted. We put in yellow in the center and red on the outside. Now we just jam them in there. Passes to filter. I mean oh, the black one is longer. Why is the black one longer? Okay. Let's just Plug it in. There comes the cable. And it's plugged in. Perfect. Yay. So, yeah, let's quickly also check for shorts. 1 short per week is enough for me. I of course don't have my multimeter. Be right back in 10 seconds. Okay, let's quickly check that. I'm really like marked for life, or at least like for the next couple of weeks with like shorts. I mean, I should be. Be careful what you do, especially with like expensive electronics. Not sure if you actually like. I think we can also like drop the noise filter again. Totally forgot about that. I know it makes my or like the general sound always a bit muffled. Yes. Okay, now it's gone. Not sure if it's now better or worse. Let me know if I should turn it back on. Okay, so this beeps. So we can now check. No shorts. No shorts. No shorts. I like that. Okay, let's put it back in. Let's do the software for one. See that everything works, and then I think putting the second one together should be fairly quick. Like we know now how it all goes together. So let's just put that back up and plug it in. I mean, having the RGB like this should at least triple the build speed and quality, right? At least. Actually, like I really like those RGB things. I actually use the same strips in my gaming PC. Like I built it in 2014, 15, early 2015, I think. God. And yes, I'm still running the same CPU from 2015. It's a Core i5, Core 7 5820K. And back then, like all the addressable RGB wasn't yet available, like as a commercial product. So I built my own. It's linked to the temperature, which is quite cool. So basically, like, it's super stupid. It's just like constant color. I don't have like rainbow bar or something. But basically, like as the water temperature rises, basically it turns from white to purple at the moment. I soon switch the color. I have to like every other year you have to like redo the water, the liquid. I switch from purple to red, so I have to redo the microcontroller program in there, which will be fun to say the least, because I have to change the color from purple to red. Let's see. I most likely do not have that documented anywhere. Okay, so I think it's back online. We have a green LD. Let's Google. Clipper RGB LD strip config. LED effects. Okay, so I guess let's just start with that. So let's just make a new file. Rainbow CFG. And then at the bottom of printer CFG, we just include that. I'm not sure if we need to do it on the bottom. Technically, I think we can also do it on top. Rainbow. Not quite sure how that plays together. Rainbow. No, that's not what I wanted. Let's copy that. Okay, let's figure out the pin. I mean, this is NeoPixel 1. I think. Oh! Oh. There's one lonely LED lit up in the back. So something is happening. Something is happening here. Let me actually just keep the camera here. Okay, so we have this LED effect and we just need to figure out the AR6. Chain count, I did not count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we know the chain count will be 10. Let me just check. Maybe there's somebody configured that already for us. Is there RGB in here? Ah, NeoPixel RGB one. Okay. Easy. Let's just copy that. Let's just call that right. So this is just white initially. The color order we need to check. Do we need that? Let's just make it red so we see something changed. Save and restart. I'm not sure what the color order does because that's not the type of RGB we have. Right? We have like data line, which is like the smart stuff. The chain count is error. Yes, and also it didn't change that. Yeah, chain count is 1, but it's fine. Like if it just does something red in the back, right? We know something happened. Used multiple times in config. Okay, maybe that's already configured. Let's check for GPIO 1. Yes, it's already configured here. Ah, see here, chain count. Okay, so if we set this to 10 and we remove the rainbow config, then it should already work. Ah, color orders. Oh, that's a good hint. So the color order is basically just like the communication. Understood, makes sense. Like I was thinking like 3 pins and it's like each. Oh, you see it on screen, right? I see LEDs. I see LEDs. So yeah, it's basically just a data stream order. That makes total sense. I think like me still being like complete. Yeah. I think that works. Cool. It was already configured. Then let's get rid of this like configuration file I just created. Delete. And for good measure, let's just restart quickly. Curious why the last one is now like a little green tint, which is interesting, but. Yeah, once you set a color, there seems to be some configuration issue. Like after I restarted, like the the hindmost one was like greenish. Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. I like that. Okay, cool. Then let's enjoy it for a second. And then there's another side to do. So, yeah, we need to remove those, right? We already cut that. That should be fine. Let's glue those. They can already like dry. And let's also make sure that we don't have any bits and oh, you mean like a bit wasn't properly sent for the green thingy? Yeah, it could be. That could be. The color order was correct, Revonic. Because no, I'm not sure it was correct. You're absolutely right. I wanted to say like I said to red and it was red, but I mean technically it should be then okay, right? If I set it to red, it turns red, like it's kind of like pink, but fair. And green is green and blue is blue. And if I set it to turquoise, it becomes turquoise, and yellow is yellow. So that seems okay. That seems okay. So GBR it is. GBR it is. GBR it is. Yeah, let's just throw some glue on there. And then we can solder the cables. I really like the it's the first time I bought the super glue with the brush, and it's really nice. Like I feel like I have much more control where I put the glue compared to like the usual like squeeze thingies. I didn't mess up once so far with super glue in this build, which is a real accomplishment for me. Like I'm like usually as soon as I touch super glue or I look at super glue, I glue something I'm not supposed to glue. Oh, no, we didn't check. Yeah, but it seems free. Like there's no, like the other two had like little like pieces in between the tongs basically. And then that's why we couldn't put it in first. Okay, let's put it to the side and let it dry. The soldering iron is of course still on because nobody turned it ever off. Let's first get rid of all those cables. Where did I put my tweezers? Here. Oh. Ouch. I poked myself. Let's see. Do we need... No, it's fine. Here we go. Perfect. Then... Well, now I should have like paid attention how long the wires were in the end. Yeah, so I'm always losing those. Put it back where it belongs. I'm not quite sure how long it was now. So something like this should be fine. Let's make sure it's the same length this time for a change. Okay. So then let's strip some wires. I got those like before I started the build, and I used it for like redoing my Ender electronics already, and I really like it. Like I always struggle to like strip those like small wires properly. I mean, yes, you can use your fingernails and everything, but it was not nice. And like those are perfect. Like I really like them. They're super easy going. They're not even that expensive. They're like 25 euros or something. A really good investment. One, two. Nicely tint. Okay. Then let's pay attention to the arrows, because they only work in one direction. So we start with 5 volts. Let's just make sure to put it where it belongs. Not a lot of solder on there, but this should be fine. Then let's see if we can just hold it. Okay, and a bit more. Oh, that didn't work. Let's try again. I think there's a bit too much solder on the yellow wire. Like my solder skills are not good, if that wasn't clear. Okay, let's do a quick tuck test. That seems good. Okay, and we can also turn off the soldering iron. For now. Let's see how far we get. Okay, so we have to convince this to go in here. Which works fine. Roughly center that. And slide the diffuser on. Oh, it's not bad. Then do we turn off the printer? Yeah, we should turn off the printer. Let's unplug that. I think it was like quite nice when we laid it down. We had a like good view of what was going on. Just on this side there's the Bowden tube on the bottom, which is a bit annoying, but should be fine. Okay, so let's wiggle those cables in here. I need something to push those nuts. You can't quite see it, but for some reason, like I don't know why, I could also just push them forward, right? Like I can push them through here. There are nuts in here. Like I don't know how they ended up there. Ah, interesting. See, black is longer again. Let's make sure to snip that once we have it through. Okay. Exactly, that's also like way easier. Man, why didn't do that before? I just pushed it to the end and it like popped out. Let's pull it through. Okay, then let me try to clip that. It's not easy. I mean, it's good, they won't fall out. But let me try my where's my knife? Let's try again. I mean, technically there's not anything here, but let's see if that helps. I'm just trying to make sure it's clean. Let's see. Okay, that's one. It's really not easy to push. Here we go. Second. And we moved it all to the end. Should kind of hide that. And now we have cables. So, then it's kind of the same cable length we need. So this time let's be smart and make sure that they're like the same length. Just snip off the end. Then let's just crimp the connector on, I guess. Well, it's really nice, like how the LDO kit comes configured. Like, I mean, now also the LED, like there was like nothing. It's just plug and play technically, right? Given that you have the correct LEDs, but it's just like a random set of LEDs I had. I mean, it could be just luck, I guess, that I just had like the exact LEDs laying around. But I think it's fairly standard, like the ones I have. It's really like those generic AliExpress RGB strips. Or addressable RGB strips, you should say. That's a tad too long. See if we can make it work, otherwise we have to do that again. Yeah, should be fine. Okay, so we have them on here. Let's crimp. Stay here. Number one. Number two. Number three. Compared it to the first five. Compared it to the first 5. Let's quickly check the orientation of the plug here, that we populate in the right orientation. So this goes in facing which direction? This direction. Okay. The knob is here. Let's quickly check our pin-out diagram. And that tells us that now 5 volt is on the front and ground is on the back. So it's flipped, which makes sense, but you know, good to double check. 5 volt is in the front. Everyone wants to go in. It would be in the front. Where's my little helper and friend? Is it a little bit bent, or why it doesn't want to go in? Here we go. Okay, let's double check. This goes in. Does it go in this way? Yeah, this goes in this way. And then 5 volt is facing the notch. Let's double check. 5 volt is facing... Aha, it's not facing the notch. I'm doing it wrong. The notch, this is upside down, basically. The side with the notch has ground. Okay, so 5 volt needs to go to the back. Yeah. Notch is here. So we have 5 volt facing us, the ground facing us. Okay, tuck test pass. Tuck test pass. Oh no, I didn't. Okay. Let's quickly. Do that. And then, like, what I always do is, like, I push in with those tweezers like this, and then basically that prevents the nose from going like under. Then you can just use a knife and just put a knife between the nose and the pin. And you can do that a couple of times, like more than 3. Don't ask why no. Assuming the housing were properly, the diagram shows the notches on the connector. Yeah, it should. Yeah, you see it. Yeah, you do. Like you see this little like notch here and there. And the notch is facing to the outside of the board. So this is also correct as it's shown there. But then I just don't trust myself. So I always like triple and quadruple check stuff like that. For good reasons. This is like stuff I always mess up. Especially when I'm a little bit like distracted. Hey Nick. Yeah, I mentioned before, like I did all the cables for my PC by hand, so there was like a metric shitload of crimping. That was really no fun. So I'm usually quite good with that, but like the first I did this video was like, in the stream were like horrendous. Let's see if that wants to go through there. Yeah, the thing is like I'm doing a lot of mistakes like that where it's like stupid. So I just start to like, the more I do electronics and stuff, like I really just quadruple check, as I do now. So I'm plugging it in now, facing upwards, and ground is facing me. Me is facing the notch. That matches. Perfect. Yeah. I also had like one short this week already, so let's keep it with one. Ground is facing forward. Perfect. Cool. I mean that's really neat. Like that they designed it especially for this, right? Like they have 2 connectors on each side, so you can do exactly what I just did, like very easily. Cool. We didn't check for shorts. Let me quickly do that. Yeah, like the tap is a problem, but I feel like if you like use those tweezers, like there's most likely like some proper way, but if you push into the housing like that, it works pretty well. Like it never pushes the tap down. That's quite repeatable actually. And then I just use a knife to like bend it back up. That works fairly well. Okay, let's see. Beeps. See that we get no beeps. No beep. No beep. No beep. Beep. Okay. Let's just try to fill it back in. Is it in? Yeah, it's in. Perfect. Let's hold it behind the motor a bit so you don't see the cable as much. For some reason, this always comes loose here. Okay, here we go. So we have one here and one there, like those 2 cables. Let's let it be light. It's most likely this one only turns on the last one in like very dim white. I think that was the configuration we had on the other side. I hear fans. I don't hear like bad sounds I don't want to hear, so that's good. I actually never did the Molex microfit. There's one up here. I think that these are those. There's one up here. And this one came actually defected from the factory. Like one of the pins was not quite in. And I did the same trick there with the nose and the knife. Oh no, Molex microfit are the ones with the side. Let me quick check. But yeah, it's working. So let's configure it properly. Yeah, that's a Amir. That's the thing, right? Like this is so small, nice, and like easy to handle. The thing is also like I'm already running out of space with this machine. So if I want to build a bigger one, I need a bigger table. Okay, let's quickly check Molex microfit. Do I have the right connector in mind? No, I do not. Yes, but these are Molex, right? I do have a removal tool for those. I assume the pins inside are normal Molex, right? They are quite shit to remove. Unpinning those is like art. That's all I say. Like if you can unpin them like reliably, without breaking the tool and without breaking the connector and without needing like 5 minutes per pin, you're an artist. Like that's really something. So we have the bad light, NeoPixels. So we have the RGB1, RGB2. So this is also 10. I think I would just want them off initially. Like, that's something I'll need to figure out how to do that or how I want them set up. But I think I just want them off initially. And save and restart. And then I just add them to my macros, like for print start and stuff. But I need to think about what I want there. I'm not quite sure. Yeah, it wasn't quite pushed. I'm not quite sure it wasn't quite pushed in or what it was. But basically I unplugged the connector and I plugged it back in. And yeah, one of the pins just pushed out ever so slightly and my hot end wouldn't heat anymore. Why is it still green? That's not supposed to be green, I think. Let's see. I'll quickly apply some color to that. Okay, that works. And the other side works as well. That is cool. Nice. That's very easy. Like I expected the configuration to be like way worse, but Nick, I actually have the original, like the OG Molex pin remover because I need to do quite a bit of them. They're not super expensive, like 15 euros or something. It works quite well with them, but it's still like it's no fun. It's no fun. I mean, ideally for the config, I would like to have them in one block, not individually, but let's roll with that. Cool. It's 8 p.m. for me. Let's put on the panels and let's create. We have to pull off the hot end. Yeah, let's do that. Let me put on the panels. And then we have to pull off the mini Stealthburner to do the LEDs. Which means this Pi will be so unhappy with all the random shutdowns. Let's start on the back, because that's the panel I have at hand. Why don't I want to go in? Here we go. Yeah, this goes all the way up, so that's easy. Let's just tighten that back down. Man, I spent so much time adjusting all those panels. What a shame. I really need the clip panels. Yeah, no smoke. Nick, I had smoke this week. I mean, I told Noah like the story like 5 times already, but this is like very emotional topic for me. I basically did a very bad job in like quickly adding a Nevermore to my ender. And I did not isolate the cable very well. And I wanted to like have like a soldered connection with a staggered connection, but I didn't stagger it enough. And I bent the cable the other way, basically, when I removed the Nevermore. And I moved the printer like a couple days later to another position, turned it on, and crackling sound, and poof, smoke. I mean, I was extremely lucky, not gonna lie. I was extremely lucky. The only thing that blew was the so basically what was touching was the 5-volt cables that were supplying power to a MOSFET module. And the only thing that blew was the buck converter providing the 5-volt to the MOSFET. So I count myself very lucky with that one. Wait, you don't see what I'm doing. I count myself very lucky. I'm not sure, I think it was just like one of the middle ones here. like this, right? I mean, I could look in the manual, but that would imply I don't know what I'm doing. But yeah, that was my Ender 3 experience this week. Like, I really thought like I blew everything up, but like the Pi is fine, the mainboard is fine, everything is fine. Why don't you want to go in there? Okay, now that's in place, that should make my life easier. So that was like a not so fun experience. That's why I was always like also now like triple and quadruple checking everything, because like if I blow or I have a short on the umbilical PCB or pick umbilical PCB, like I won't be as lucky as blowing up like a 50-cent buck converter module. Yeah, it's really like basically what happened is like the buck converter supplied power to the like two MOSFET modules and a relay that turns on and off the printer. So basically the MOSFET module blew, and then basically the printer just turned off because like it ran out of power. So it was really kind of like isolated in a certain sense, because it was this buck converter, and because it touched on the 5-volt side, I think it's the MOSFET module on the buck converter just blew up, and then basically everything disconnected. So that was like, if you want to have a short, I feel like that's a really good spot to have a short. I'm not going to try it in different places. Sorry. Just clamped it in here. Well, fans, what should I say? I told the story before in stream, so I guess it's public anyways. So basically I have a SKR Mini E3 V1, I have a SKR Mini E3 V2, and I have a SKR Mini E3 V3. I only have one other printer besides this one. So idiot tries to make a 12-volt fan work on a 24-volt printer. I tried and failed miserably in many different ways. But yeah, I basically have two SKR Mini E3 with broken fan MOSFETs. Like, you can fix it, it's not a big deal, right? Like, you just have to, is like doing a lot of legwork here, but you just have to like replace the MOSFET controlling the fan, it would be fine again. But I can't do that because my soldering skills aren't good enough. Something isn't quite aligned here, I feel. Can this go up? But yeah, so I have some plans with those broken boards, because like boards itself, they work fine, they just don't have fans anymore. Like no hot and or like part cooling fan. Don't connect mains power to CAN bus cable, that will do some damage. Oh really? That sounds like a good idea. I mean, like if you connect the AC voltage to your CAN bus cable, wouldn't that mean that your hot end is heating way faster? But yeah, I'm happy that I'm not the only one making stupid mistakes. Oh wait, this one needs to be the one with the... Oh, you don't see what I'm doing. Oh god. This one needs to be the one with the hinge. Okay, that's one side. Let's turn it around. We can also... I need to replace the active carbon though, but let's put it in here for now. Well, if it's designed for 24 volts, I mean, more volts is always better. Yeah, it's like, I mean, it's really like easy to make those mistakes sometimes. Oh. And it's like a very small mistake, and it always has like massive like impacts. But what happened to your canvas board? Like, did just the canvas board blew up, or was there some like passive damage basically on other components? How were you as lucky as me? That would be the question. Oh, what I forgot to mention, right? My fan disaster. Oh man, I totally forgot about that. So basically I blew the fan ports on the SKR Mini V2, E3 V2. And then I was like trying to like, I mean, I didn't want to buy a new board. So I tried controlling the hot end fan from the Pi, which didn't quite work very well because the fans I was using was a bit funny with PWM signals. So basically what I ended up is like I used a fan hub from a PC that I had lying around, and basically hooked it up to 12 volts from a buck converter, and the Pi was just sending like the PWM signal to it. And that worked fine for like a long time. Don't know how long, but like a long time, like a year roughly, I would say. And then one day, the Pi didn't turn on anymore. Like no like smoke, nothing, just the Pi didn't turn on anymore. And I was like, huh, that's odd. What happened to my Pi? And I replaced the Pi, like I checked everything, no shorts, nothing. I replaced the Pi and turned on I knew that the Pi was working, turned it on, and the Pi, like the green LED lit up, you know, like power LED, but like nothing happened. It didn't boot. Okay, odd. I was like kind of like low-key freaking out. Pi number 2 dead because they didn't come online. I tried like different SD cards and like reflashing and everything. They wouldn't come online. And I was like disconnecting everything and replacing the Pi number 3. And then I started connecting things step by step. Triple, quadruple checking everything. The moment I connect the PWM thingy to the fan hub, Pi dead. So I knew what it was, like what caused all the Pis to be dead, but yeah, I killed 4 Pis in the process. And then I found out how expensive Pis suddenly are. Wait, why is it on? Okay, for some reason there's a spot focus, so I'm might be out of focus the entire time, but it's not that important anyways. But yeah, so basically I killed like 4 Pis, and then I figured out that the Pi is like 200 euros at the moment. And then I used the Pi Zero. That was like very bad. But you sent a message. Just the canvas toolhead and the fans connected to toolhead board. No power flow back to the octopus board on the signal cable. Oh yeah, well that is, I would count it already lucky. I mean, like that sucks a lot more than a buck converter. But that is still lucky. I mean, the octopus board alone is like quite expensive, right? Oh, I have to lift the octopus board alone is like $100, right? It's like quite a high-end board. Oh, I have to adjust it again. I remember. We had to play around with that. Like, you have to loosen that down here a bit and make sure it's like far enough out, like this. Okay. Nice. By the way, there's this is the 0.2, right? And they are just about to release the 0.2 R1. So some upgrades are to be made soon. This is like a never-ending project. I also missed all the middle thingies. I mean, they're not really adding much, but let's add them. The Octopus MCU is expensive. You need to replace the steppers. Oh yeah, true. It has the steppers are separate, right? Like they are they're drop-in. That is true. How much is a stepper? Like individually? Like I never had a board where I could like buy or like replace the steppers. I would assume like around 10 euros or something. Like they're quite expensive, right? Oh. Let's see. Yeah, like removing the panels is not super fun actually. We have, especially because I have one middle clip where I don't know where it belongs. Like I have 3 left, but only 2 spots. Oh, and here the nut slid down. We need this nut. Let's see, if I have to like pull off the panels a lot, I'll definitely look into getting like the clip panels. Oh. Because this is not really like fun. Here we go. Now where's the last middle clip going? $25 for 4 BTT 2209s. So it's like 7-ish per pop. Yeah. That sounds expensive. Oh, it's in the middle here. That's where it's missing. Yeah, there's also nuts. Nice. Oh, I see a mistake. This one isn't supposed to be here. This one is supposed to be here. And here, because the printer is like directly against the wall, and I still have to add a second nut here. But this is where my spool holder lives, which I will replace with a foldable, longer version. Not for now. 1 screw is all you need. Just make sure this pops in there. And I have one, it's always my favorite, like where does the screw come from? I have 1 screw left. I think I screwed in all the screws. Except this one. But here. Oh, fun. Okay, so this is where the screw is missing. But this is a nut that is freely sliding up and down. So getting that in there, yeah, we have to put it on the... which we can't because there's a door. God. Well, fun. This can only go wrong. This can only go wrong. Yeah, it's completely freely sliding. As soon as I let it go. Okay, so we need to remove the door. Oh, there was like a sound as like gravel was like falling, but it's the coal from the Nevermore. I was like, oh. Okay, let's get you like a little bit of overhead view here. Let's see that we kind of get that aligned. Maybe? Maybe? No, definitely not. Well. See it from the top. We slid a bit too far. Now it should be aligned. Maybe? That really wants to put up a fight here. Like it's perfectly centered. Oh, but it's the wrong screw. That must be a longer screw. Well... who is going to find the screw I put in the wrong place? Clip panels it is. They are incoming. I will accept the loss. I guess that should be a 12. Looks about right. That should be 10. It's too long. Too long. Let's see if we find a 10. That's 8. 6. I thought I was done with that. Nuts. 8, 6, 35. More 6. Oh, that's annoying. 8. We just piled it here. Yeah, so speaking, the 0.2 R1 is about to be dropped. And one of the changes they made is they added a filament runout sensor to the bottom foot where this one here, here. So basically added a filament runout sensor here. And I kind of want to have that. And incidentally, I have almost all the parts lying around that I need for that. Like I will reuse that switch and okay, I'll stick with the 12, I think. I don't think I have any 10s left, which is odd. But yeah, oh yeah, I'm 3x10. I almost have all the parts around. The only thing I need is like a connector piece for the bottom tube. They're like 2 euros a pop, so it's like not expensive. So I'll just reprint that foot, and then at some point we can upgrade that. But I see this printer is like a never-ending project. I also have some stuff planned for once we are done with that. I mean, like, I still want to do a couple of streams to get everything up and running in the way I want it. But afterwards, we are building like a small shortcut keyboard, which will be fun. I ordered the PCBs today, so it's custom PCBs for the keyboard. It's not a keyboard; it's like it has 9 buttons, and 2 rotary encoders. Okay. Yeah, well, it is kind of broke. I want my runout sensor. This is actually like quite handy, like, because right now I was like printing all the like materials, like all the random bits of filaments I had, and like made graffiti boxes from them. And I really wanted to have a runout sensor on the printer, because I already had to eyeball like, is this enough filament to do like one more box, or like how many more boxes can I fit on the print bed with that? So yeah, would be nice to have it. And yeah, I have all the parts, so easy decision, I think. Oh, I should have done it before loosening the screws. Oh, this one is like really, really tight fit. Oh yeah, there's the hidden screw in the back. I almost forgot. I need to improve my reverse bone and put in a runout sensor. I get it. Yeah, I mean, like, the downside is with the runout sensor, they put it all the way on the bottom, right? I mean, in the grand scheme of things, doesn't really make a huge difference, right? Okay, here's the thing. Like, if I pull it now off, it's not 2030. I actually have to do a couple of things before I can get ready tomorrow. Let's just solder the LEDs. I have like a second one here. Let's just solder the LEDs today. And but we can't crimp the connector. Ah, whatever. Let's build off. How long can it take? I'm committing to finishing this. Okay, here we go. It's just nice, like that, like compared to the ender that just like comes off in like one piece. Let's just park it over here. Let's get our makeshift work surface. Okay, here we are. I don't have to disassemble anything, which is great. I think technically we should get rid of the hot end and just make sure this is kind of like out of the way. Clipper batches command, so it's good to have the runout sensor somewhat back from the tool. Yeah, that's true. But the thing is, like, I mean, you're wasting in the end like 30 centimeters of filament. So in the grand scheme of things, like, it doesn't really matter. But I feel like especially like now for my Gridfinity boxes, like 30 centimeters of filament can be the difference between like the box is finished or the box is missing like the top lip. So yeah. I mean, the other thing is with the reverse button, right? You always have to manually load and unload, which, yeah, not a big fan. It would be kind of like cool to have like a, you know, like a teeny tiny stepper motor on the opposite end of the button, just to push the filament in and out. That would be nice, but you can't have it all. So these are our little tiny LEDs. They are not RGB, but I think we have enough RGB now. And I have 30, where does it say? 30 AWG wire, which should be fine for what we're doing here. So one of the LEDs pulls 5 milliamperes. and I looked it up, and the 30 AWG cable can have 800 per meter or something like that, 800 milliamperes. So we are plenty in range. I think what I would do is like I just fill them through here, then we can solder them and we can just pull them back. Let's just do that. But like the AWG 30, like pushing it through here is like super simple. Here we go. Like I tried it with like 28, which has like a thicker like isolation. It was like impossible. Yeah, actually like it would be nice. I want one printer with a tool, not tool changer, but like with multi-filament capabilities in which way, shape, or form, or whatever. Like I don't need the ECRF. That's a little bit overkill. But I kind of want to add a second extruder to my ender. That would be nice. And I know I said I don't want to clipperize it, but I kind of play with the thought of like using the broken mainboards I have and just pair two together. Like I just have the E3 V3 in there, and then I use one of the broken mainboards to drive the stepper for the second extruder. That would be fun. I hear the closed Voron ECRF beta is supposed to be a lot better. Not sure if or when it comes out. Well, that's always the thing, right? Like you never know with the Voron stuff, which is part of the fun. But yeah, like I watched like Steve build it, and I think Modbot also made one. I watched it, and it was like it's a very complex system. Like it's not like you're building it and it's like working right away. That's like it's quite a thing to set up. So I'm not sure if I'm into that. I'm really not sure if I'm into that. Hey, Ballistic Tech, still going. Yeah, I wanted to stop 40 minutes ago, but I'm kind of like I want to get this done. We have RGB. We have RGB. So there's success, and we have a Nevermore. So we were close. We don't do the camera today. That's one thing I can promise. Let's see. This is very tiny. This looks like a plus. So let's just clamp that here on this side. Oh, it's like so small, like can't really. Yeah, now it's fine. And we have to solder from the back, actually. Because the cables will come from the back, right? Let me triple check. This is plus. Okay, so now we can. Not sure if I should pre-tin the wire, but I think I can just like get away with. Let's actually solder from the front. Let's solder from the front and put the wire from the back. So I'll just put that through here and make sure to kind of hold that. And now I can just put a blob of solder on there, and then I think we're good. So I just, oh, can you see that? Very tiny, like I just bend it like over, tiny bit. Now I'll just put a blob of solder in there. Could have turned on the soldering iron. And then I think this is already fine, because the cable comes out straight from the back, and then we can glue it in. Yeah, the mods out there, some improved software for ECRF, but I think it takes a lot of effort to get it working right. Yeah, it's the same. Like even with the MMU2, right? Like a lot of people have problems with the MMU2, which is like a quite refined product, I would say, right? Like that's usually when Prusa does something, it's reliable, and even the MMU2 is not super reliable. I mean, I heard the bamboo stuff is super nice, seemingly. So maybe they figured out how to do that. Oh, sorry. Here we go. But yeah, I think it's a complex system, right? Like there's a lot of moving parts and a lot of like tuning you have to do to make it work really nicely. I did the same thing. Wire through. Let's see. dab a bit of salt on there. Yeah, that's fine. Perfect. Up. Not pretty, but functional. Let's maybe trim the wires a bit. Like, it's so hard to find documentation on this. Like, the Voron manual never, or like the Voron documentation never once like mentions that you can put an LED there. I also know that the 0.2R1 will change the tool head somehow. Like they changed the fan duct or something. That works. I wonder whether I should do a tiny bit more solder there. Let me just touch it quickly again. Just to make sure it's like all as good as possible. Yeah. No, it's better. Tad more. Okay. I mean, technically we can already glue that in place, right? Let's see, so how long does the cable need to be? We'll kind of route it on the side here. The question is whether I can make them go into a JST directly. Let's just give it like a little bit of wiggle room. So my thinking is whether maybe if I put two together I can crimp a JST on them, but I'm not sure. So maybe we have to put a JST on the 24 gauge wire and then solder those two to the 24. Yep. So loop. Don't want to have. There's a loop in the cable. Please don't loop. Here we go. Okay, that went easier than expected. Bamboo is pretty reliable. It wastes a lot of filament. I think the innovations they have is the filament cutter and the AMS unit rewinds filament back to spool, so no flunky. Yeah, I mean, like, the rewinding is important, I think, but ECRF has the buffer that kind of does the same thing, right? But I'm not sure if the MMU does something like that. If they also have to somehow rewind it, right? They pull it back, but then it just dangles, I think. Oh, cut a bit too much. That's still fine. Let's do black first. We have to pull the wires through. But how is like the AMS wasting filament or like more filament than other solutions? Because like all the multi-material solutions like waste filament like crazy, right? And unless you have like an IDEX, like you always have like perch towers and stuff like that. I printed with a, like my first printer I ever printed on, it wasn't mine, it was from the company, was a Ultimaker S3, I think, S3. And that had like multi-material, like it had two extruders, like super simple. But it was nice because like you could do quite cool stuff with multi-material. Like not only like printing two colors, but like for example, like we had water-soluble support material, which was really, really cool. It's kind of like a cheat code. And it was nice. So I kind of wanted just like stuff like the mini Stealthburner toolhead here. Like it's so nice to have just like two colors. Isn't there a way to use purchase color changing in the specific object now? Yeah, I think Bruce has added that recently, right? That you can like purge in the infill. I think that's what they call it. Purge in infill. I mean, it would kind of be dope to have like a 0.2 with multicolor. That would be kind of like a pointless project, but I guess like you lose like space for the purge block. And if you could purge infill and that's reliable, then that would be like a really cool thing for the 0.2. Because secondly, you can just put 2 like extruders in the back and have a Bowden setup, right? This is really like easy. I expect this to be like way more hassle. Trim off the random cable strand poking out. Let's just see how. Let's just put them in the same orientation. So here the LEDs on top. So let's put that here like this as well. Yeah, that's nice. And then we set something like this, and then those can go back. So yeah, I bought the whole box for those 2 cable runs, and I doubt I will need that again soon. If you tune it, there is less waste, and there is a way to purge 2 object info. Exactly. If you're doing a lot of filament changes, there's a lot of material not used in the main print. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, right? Like if you, for example, do like just like automated layer color changes, like for example, like the skirts for the Vorons, you have like the red or like the accent color, and then you just print like a couple layers with that, and then you change it. Like you basically have 0, right? It's always like how you use it. But if you really have like a full multicolor print, like yeah, you're wasting tons and tons of stuff. I think I kind of want to glue them in before like routing the cables, so the cables have the right length, because one cable needs to be a little bit longer, right? So let's just pull that out. Okay, before I said like I really like the super glue with the brush. Let's see if I can. I think the MMU3 is mostly software changes, right? That's at least like my understanding I had. Quickly focus on this. I think I have to quickly push that in for a second, but I can read. Prusa is coming out with the MU3, but I don't know if I ever will work outside Prusa ecosystem. No, most likely not. The funny thing is, like, I was like doing Marlin stuff recently, like compiling Marlin firmware, and they have MMU references in Marlin. So I'm sure if that is working somehow with MMU. But yeah, now it's in. That's number 1. Nice. But yeah, like, I mean, Prusa is kind of like the Apple of printers in a certain way. They do stuff and they don't really consider other things around them. I know that there's at least an upgrade path from MMU2 to MMU3. Man, say that quickly like 3 times in a row. But there's an upgrade path. And I remember that it's like mostly software, which also applies to the MMU2 actually. And then like some minor hardware tweaks, which is I think mostly printer parts or something. Oh, we have 2 LEDs. So let's figure out how to do that. So, I mean, like, this will just go here under the cable ties, but let's quickly leave it like that. I do have some random, like this was my test. This was actually 4. So the AW30, AWG30, you get 4 through here. So if you want to do like RGB, you can do that. But let's quickly try what happens if we like put 2 together and crimp a JST connector on it. Will we have success with that? Like, will it stay? Might be quite a stretch. So if we take 2, and where do I have my JSTs? And we take one of those. Let's see. This might be the hardest crimp I've ever done. Let's do it like this. I hold it in the tip of the pliers here. Then I put it in and just press it together so it kind of is secured. I mean, now it's kind of somewhat where it's supposed to be. I'm not sure if you can see that at all, but it's somewhat in there. So if I crimp that, and definitely have to crimp it on the smallest one. Yeah, that works. I mean, you can pull it, but now I pulled off the strands of wire. So I think we can do that. I think we can do that. Let's just leave like a little bit of extra wire, so in case it's pulling off. And we have a little bit of leeway. Let's get it. So we get it here. Let's just take off a little bit, like that. And then let's just make sure we have them kind of the same length. Oh, they are almost. Almost. Just taking off the tops. And then we do what we just did with the green ones with the black ones. Here we go. So, 2 black ones. Let's make that quite narrow already. You put in 1. Oh. 2. Let me just squeeze it a bit more. And then very carefully into the crimping pliers. Let me crimp it in the middle section first. Yeah, this might be actually better. But we have a dual crimp. Let's do another one. Let's do another one. Let's pre-squeeze a little bit. Put in one red cable. Oh no, I squeezed it too much. Okay. One red cable. And two red cable. Man, these are so tiny. No, shit. Okay, I have to hold it in the pliers. You have to open them a bit more. And now it worked like nice and easy 2 times. Now the last one. The last one needs to be difficult. Okay, kind of have them in there. Like I squeeze the gates on the back really hard, and you really feel like when you crimp it now that there's like a lot of like resistance, and suddenly it gives. It's not a perfect crimp, I think, but I mean like, oh, not a perfect crimp. Is this one better? Yeah, this one is better. Not sure what... Not sure why this one was now not good. Let's try again. Now I'm wondering, should I crimp it on the smaller setting? Let's do it. Yeah, should be fine. And this one, yeah, this one is fine. Okay, so we have two. We have two. Success. Okay, now let's figure out. So I'm kind of hungry now. Like I didn't eat yet. Where am I here? Let's figure out. Wait, do you see it now? Yes, you see it like super zoomed in. So I'm not sure why this is so zoomed in and why I can't zoom out. Never mind. Nevertheless, we are here. Why is everything zoomed in? Hardware, toolhead. Schematic. No, that's not what I want. Layout. Okay. So looking at that, the round set is on top. That's correct. And we have X stop. But which one is which? One needs to be positive and one needs to be negative. Which one is which? I mean, obviously it doesn't say. Because like here it's plus on the outside and here it's plus on the outside, so you can't really deduct it from that. And there's no common like ground trace. Well, I guess we have to try it out. I guess. No. I'm kind of considering whether we do it next time, but I'm also like, it feels like I'm very close. But it's also kind of a reset. Because now we have to crimp another connector to like test that properly, because I don't want to like probe in there. Let's see. Should be easy crimp after what we just did. It's like 5 times the size. It's not even like not even like overstating. I'll be your better angel and saying rest some food. Yeah, I know. Because like I mean to make it now work, right? So I need to crimp a connector here. I need to put it back together, or at least like connect the cable. Then I need to like probe the 2 cables with the multimeter. And I need to configure it in the software. So basically one of those, just a quick rundown. One of those 2 pins is GPIO 0. Because this pin or this header is used for the X end stop on the 0.1. Like you have an X end stop here on the side. So one of them is GPIO 0. That's what I know from 0.1 configuration. And the other one is ground, obviously. So basically my plan is like to use the GPIO 0 as a LED in the Clipper config. Because each of those draws 0.5 milliamperes at 3 volts, but it's powered with 5 volts most likely, so it might be even less. But nevertheless, like a GPIO pin should be able to drive those 2 LEDs, no problem. So I'll just like use this like nice open spot here to plug in my LEDs. But yeah, thanks for being my good angel. I also need to clean up, and I'm actually traveling to my family tomorrow for next week. So it's good. I still have to clean up a bit and pack and everything, so it's better to do that like fresh mind and peace next time. The next time, which will be not the upcoming weekend, but the weekend after, because I'm not home, we'll do the rest of that. I'm really excited for that. Like, but I'm already like, this was the part I was most concerned about, like getting them in there and like getting the crimps on, and it's like all fine. So we'll finish this next time. I also have this prepared. Which is a recipe cam and 2 different mounts. And I only have like short cables, but I have this like connector thingy. But this mount should be close enough to the Pi that we have 1 cable. Should be enough. Let's see. But yeah, so that's then for next time. Camera. Not sure if Jim is still here, but I'll set up the camera streamer on the Pi from scratch and use that for everything. Yes, so that's it then for today. Hope it was fun. It was fun for me. Like really good progress. Like we did the rainbow LEDs on the side with the Nevermore. Everything's configured and working. I still have to play around with the macros a bit, but should be fine. Cool, then yeah, let me make some food because I'm really, really hungry. And yeah, thanks for being here. And hopefully tune in next time. Bye.